The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead us in the Senate prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, from whom we come, to whom we belong, and in whose service is our peace, may your kingdom come. Lord, use our lawmakers to do your will on earth as it is done in heaven. Create in them courageous hearts that will be undaunted by fear, unconquered by adversity, and unstained by sin. Provide our senators with the wisdom to remember your words in Matthew 7:12. Therefore, whatever you want people to do to you, do also to them. Strengthen our lawmakers to lift downcast lives, hopeless hearts, and grieving spirits. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., January 30th, 2026. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John Barrasso, a senator from the state of Wyoming, to perform the duties of the chair, signed Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed, and under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 7148, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
The Minority Leader.
Mr. President, as the Senate gavels into session, members working on moving forward on a deal to fund the government and to work on As the Senate gavels into session, members are working on moving forward on a deal to fund the government and working on legislation desperately needed to rein in ICE's abuses. If Republicans are serious about the very reasonable demands Democrats have put forward on ICE, then there is no good reason we can't come together very quickly to produce legislation. It should take less than 2 weeks because what we're asking for is very simple, and our Republican colleagues know that we need to make changes. Now, time is of the essence. Senate Democrats are very clear on what the nation needs right now. First, we need to rein in ICE and end the violence. That means ending roving patrols. It means requiring rules, oversight, and judicial warrants. Second, we need real accountability over ICE and the Border Patrol. And third, masks need to come off, cameras need to stay on, and officers need visible identification. No secret police. These are not radical demands. They're basic standards the American people already expect from law enforcement. I hope we can get voting quickly here in the Senate today so we can move forward on the important work of reining in ICE. The clock is ticking, the nation is waiting, and the abuses of ICE must come to an end. On another issue, last night, federal agents arrested journalist Don Lemon in Los Angeles after he recently covered protest activities in Minnesota. Once again, the administration is behaving no differently from police states and authoritarian regimes across history. They've arrested a journalist for the crime of doing his job. And let's be very clear, this arrest is not just about one journalist in one incident. The arrest is a dark message to journalists everywhere. If you dare criticize this administration, watch your back. That's not a democracy. That's a police state, and that is pure authoritarian bile. Democracy will suffer if the government chokes our civil liberties. Under this administration, the Department of Justice has all too often become the Department of Vengeance. Don Lemon should be released at once and the frivolous charges against him dropped. Now on the Fed. This morning, President Trump announced he's chosen Kevin Warsh to serve as the next chair of the Federal Reserve. This announcement comes as a dark cloud hangs over the Fed. Over the last year, Donald Trump has gone to lengths no president has gone to before to harass, intimidate, and coerce the Fed to serve his own political interests instead of what's good for the United States economy. His administration has pushed frivolous attacks against Lisa Cook. They've pushed bogus accusations and investigations against Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. These attacks undermine the independence of one of the most important entities in the world economy. So I would simply say this about Mr. Warsh. Donald Trump is trying to cannibalize the Federal Reserve to eliminate its independence. And Mr. Warsh has an obligation to ensure that does not happen. He must make clear that he would keep the Fed independent and free from Donald Trump's bullying, or else he must not be confirmed. And if Donald Trump won't drop his vendetta against the Fed, weaponizing the Justice Department to go after Powell and Cook, Republicans must not move Mr. Warsh's nomination forward. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Missouri.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I'd ask unanimous consent to vitiate said quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the coming weeks, Washington will spend an enormous amount of time arguing about immigration enforcement. There will be speeches, there will be statements, there will be plenty of noise. But beneath all of that, the debate before us is far simpler and far more serious. There are two visions competing for the future of this country. One vision holds that immigration law should be enforced, that borders matter, that citizenship means something, and that a nation has both the right and the obligation to decide who may enter, who may remain, and under what rules. The other vision treats our sovereignty itself as immoral. In that vision, borders are an imperialist evil. The law is a fascist oppression, and our identity as Americans is a source of guilt and shame rather than pride and celebration. All of these ideas are connected. For the kinds of people who are attacking federal law enforcement in the streets of Minneapolis, they believe that we don't deserve to enforce our laws as a nation because they believe we don't deserve to exist as a nation. They're not hiding the ball. You can hear it very clearly in their slogans, quote, "No one is illegal on stolen land," end quote. So that's what this is. It's a debate about whether the United States remains a nation or not. The rule of law is essential to the American constitutional order. It is the clearest, most visible expression of self-government. A people cannot enforce its own laws, cannot meaningfully govern itself. As much as some of my colleagues across the aisle wish it was, immigration law is not some break with long-standing norms. A country that cannot say who belongs cannot remain a country at all for very long. Every serious nation understands this. Throughout history, societies that endured were willing to defend their borders, uphold their laws, and insist that citizenship carried obligations as well as benefits, without apology or shame. To understand what's at stake, we must be honest, fully honest, about what the Democrats are demanding, what that vision would mean in practice, and why it represents a fundamental break with the idea of America as a sovereign nation. To understand what lies ahead, we must be honest about what the Democrats are demanding and what it would mean in practice. They speak the language of accountability, of oversight, of reform. Those words sound reasonable enough. They're meant to. But when you strip away the euphemisms, when you look at the substance rather than the slogans, the demands all converge on a single outcome: robbing us of the power to enforce our immigration laws. This is not by accident. It's the continuation of a project that has been explicit for years. Abolish ICE, they say. Defund ICE. Pick your slogan, it doesn't matter. It's all part of the same project. Open borders and uncontrolled, unvetted, unlimited mass immigration. In the left-wing worldview, anything less than this is unacceptable and an unacceptable crime against humanity. For them, the problem is not illegal immigration. The problem is any and every attempt to stop it. That worldview rejects a basic premise of nationhood, that a people has the right to decide who may enter, who may remain, and under what rules. It denies that citizenship carries meaning, that membership entails obligation, or that law applies equally to those who violate it. And when a society reaches that point, when it treats enforcement as an offense and anarchy as virtue, it begins to dissolve from within. The end state of this Democrat vision is plain as day. Maybe ICE continues to exist, but only in name. The law remains on the books, but only on paper. Illegal presence becomes permanent by default, not because Congress voted for it, but because enforcement has been made impossible. You don't actually have to pass a law called amnesty to get the same effect. But this is an abdication of our duty to the American people. To understand how this vision is being put into effect, how our immigration laws are being hollowed out without ever being repealed, we must look closely at the specific demands now being advanced and what each one is designed to accomplish. The Democrat vision doesn't begin by repealing the law. It begins by making enforcement personally dangerous and professionally impossible. It's clever, actually. It's twisted. They get to say, see, we don't believe in open borders. We're not repealing any of our fundamental immigration laws, because many of the demands aren't actually going after the law. They're going after the people tasked with enforcing it. But of course, as they know very well, that gets them the same exact outcome. And that's no accident. History teaches a simple lesson. If you want a law to die without repealing it, make its enforcement intolerable. I'm not going to spend much time debating the Democrats' demands for DHS as we roll into this 2-week debate, 3-week debate, 4-week debate, whatever it's going to be. There'll be plenty of time for that over the coming weeks. And I look forward to being on this floor dissecting each one of their proposals and how disastrous it would be for our country. But consider for a brief moment the demand that officers remove their masks and identify themselves publicly during operations. This is a clear and obvious attempt to intimidate and put our federal agents in harm's way. ICE officers are already being doxxed. Their names and addresses are posted online. Their families are harassed. Their homes are targeted. No one would demand this of narcotics officers, counterterrorism agents, or fugitive task forces, because we understand that exposing law enforcement to retaliation is sabotage. The effect is obvious and very well intended. Make enforcement personally dangerous. Make every operation an invitation to harassment. Make every officer a target. When the state refuses to protect its own agents, it sends a message, one louder than any speech, that enforcement is something to be ashamed of, not supported. And when enforcement becomes dangerous for enforcers, enforcement does not survive. What emerges is not reform, it's amnesty by default. Not the kind debated openly, not the kind voted on, not the kind Democrats would have to openly defend to the American people, but amnesty achieved through attrition, through delay, exhaustion, and paralysis, so that no one has to claim responsibility for the result. Every step along this path points in the same direction. The collapse is not accidental, and once amnesty becomes the default, once presence becomes permanent simply by waiting, the idea of a nation governed by law gives way to something far more fragile, a territory administered by drift. That is the future vision that is produced here. Today, I want to lay out another vision before this body, one grounded not in drift or denial, but in law, order, and national survival. Enforcement in the honest application of the rules that everyone can see, understand, and live by. Law without consequence is not compassion, it is chaos. And chaos always falls hardest on the innocent, the lawful, and the most vulnerable. This vision rejects the moral inversion that has come to dominate the debate so far in the last few days here. It rejects the idea that those who break the law are the only ones deserving of sympathy, while those who enforce it must apologize for doing their jobs. It rejects enforcement by permission, supervision by activists, and amnesty by exhaustion. Instead, it affirms something older and sturdier, that order is the foundation of freedom, that rights endure only where duties are enforced, and that a people remain a people only so long as they're willing to defend the rules by which they have to live with together. This vision doesn't ask for new theories or radical departures. It asks for seriousness. It asks for the minimum requirements of sovereignty be treated as non-negotiable. It asks that the law be enforced as law, predictably, humanely, and without apology. Today, I want to lay out a framework, 4 principles, 4 ways to restore enforcement, defend citizenship, and ensure that the United States remains a nation worthy of the name, 4 legislative ideas to protect America. Each one restores something that has been deliberately weakened. Each one reasserts a basic function of sovereignty that no nation can survive or expect to endure. First, end sanctuary cities permanently. Sanctuary policies are not acts of compassion, they are acts of defiance. They announce openly that federal law will be ignored within certain jurisdictions and that those who violate immigration law will be protected from its consequences. This creates a 2-tiered system, one set one set of rules for citizens and lawful residents, and another for those who enter or remain illegally. That's why we must support my colleague, the senator from South Carolina's bill to end sanctuary cities. A nation cannot survive if its laws stop at the city limits. Conditioning federal funds and cooperation is not punishment, it is reciprocity. If a jurisdiction wants the benefits of federal partnership, it must respect federal law. Anything less is an admission to the nation that it no longer governs itself uniformly. Second, enhance penalties for illegal entry and reentry. Illegal entry is a misdemeanor. It's time to increase that penalty and make it a felony. And for illegal reentry, entering, being deported, and then reentering, we're going to meet that lawless behavior with swift, predictable consequences for that violation. It is the only humane alternative to chaos, backlog, and false hope. When weak penalties on entry allow illegal presence becomes permanent by default, borders cease to exist in practice, no matter what the law says on paper. Third, protect our law enforcement. We should protect the men and women of law enforcement. I've heard on this floor, including from ridiculous politicians across this country, comparing our men and women of law enforcement to the Gestapo, to Trump's secret police, of a Nazi regime, of an invasion. Pump the brakes. I don't know that you actually believe it, but a lot of the people who are agitating and creating confrontations in dangerous situations on those streets certainly do. Let's recognize law enforcement are increasingly targeted. Obstruction and assault have been normalized. Weak consequences invite escalation. Modern obstruction is sophisticated now. It avoids fists, but achieves the same results. Officers are surrounded, blinded, blocked, and drowned out. Operations are shut down through violence, not through violence, but through chaos engineered to appear peaceful. Protecting officers is not about politics. It's about whether the state stands behind those who serve it. A government that abandons its enforcers invites disorder, because authority that will not defend itself cannot command obedience. Law must protect those who uphold it, or it will not be upheld at all. We must pass my Protect and Respect ICE Act that increases federal penalties for assaulting ICE agents. But we must also be serious about interference and escalation tactics that are becoming more common. So fourth, dismantle rogue NGOs. There are organizations in this country, nominally quote-unquote nonprofits, that materially provide obstruction, incitement, and even violence against law enforcement. They coordinate interference. They publish officer information. They encourage confrontation. And they do so while enjoying tax-exempt status subsidized by the American people. That ends. If an organization materially supports or incites domestic violence or obstruction of federal law enforcement, it is not a charity. It is a political weapon, and it will not receive a penny of taxpayer subsidy. Taken together, these four principles don't harden the nation, they steady it. They replace drift with direction, paralysis with purpose, and apology with resolve. They move us away from amnesty by default and back towards something far more just and enduring, a country governed by law. If the Democrat vision prevails, the consequences will not arrive all at once. They never do. They arrive quietly, incrementally, under the comforting language of reform and restraint, until one day the reality can no longer be denied. Enforcement retreats. Illegal presence becomes permanent. Citizenship is diluted, not by law, but by neglect. The authority of law erodes first at the margins and then at the center. When rules are enforced selectively, obedience becomes optional. When consequences are delayed indefinitely, deterrence disappears. And when a nation signals that persistence matters more than legality, it invites exactly the behavior it claims to oppose. Borders become symbolic. The distinction between lawful and unlawful becomes blurred. And the moral authority of citizenship, earned, protected, and passed on, gives way to a system governed by drift. This is not collapse by invasion, it is collapse by abdication. And it's what happens when a society convinces itself that enforcing its own laws is somehow mean-spirited, while refusing to reckon with the human cost of disorder. Communities stretched thin, public trust eroded, and a growing sense that the rules apply only to those who follow them. Moments like this don't come around very often, but when they do, they clarify things that have been obscured for years. This debate that we're going to have potentially over the next few weeks will shape the next generation. Long after the headlines fade and the talking points are forgotten, the consequences will remain, written into the meaning of citizenship, the authority of law, and the character of the nation itself. No nation can outsource its future to avoidance. No society can long survive by pretending the hard questions will resolve themselves if left unanswered. Eventually, the cost of inaction becomes greater than the cost of decision. That is where we stand now. The choice before us is unavoidable. We can affirm that the United States remains a nation governed by law, or we can allow that law to dissolve into suggestion. Every subsequent generation inherits a country it did not build from scratch, and every generation decides what it will pass on. Enforcement is the quiet, necessary work of self-government. A nation that cannot say no can no longer say yes to anything that matters, not to citizenship, not to equality under the law, and not to the promise it makes to future generations. The future, ladies and gentlemen, belongs to the countries that believe in themselves enough to enforce their laws. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you to my colleague, Senator Schmidt. Well said, well done. It's a very logical argument about what's at stake. So I want to tell you where I'm at. I'm an appropriator, and I can never remember putting hold on an appropriations bill ever before. And I'll tell you why I've done it. But I also want to acknowledge the appropriations process and Chairman Collins. We've got a package of bills that are bipartisan from a fiscal conservative side. They spend less than the CR. To all the people in our conference who demand the appropriations do better, we've delivered, but you've given no acknowledgement. You keep saying stuff that's unrealistic. You push the system in a way that nobody can deliver. Politically, you're dumb as a rock. I'm not going to mention you. You know who you are, but you probably don't if you're that dumb. We're asking sometimes to make points that are not good for the Republican Party or the country. Might be good online, might help you raise a few bucks, but I'm tired of that. Count me out. Senator Collins, you've worked with Democrats and Republicans, and before us is a package of bills that I've all supported. Why am I holding? What happened? What happened in Minnesota has to be addressed. Senator Schmidt laid out the choices. I'm arguing to both parties, we need to do a little soul searching here. The man who was shot, I've seen the video. It needs to be investigated. I'm sure it will. There are things being done on the ICE side that a lot of Americans are uncomfortable with. I get that. To my Democratic colleagues, if you want to try to make it more professional, count me in. If you want to have more accountability, count me in. But your rhetoric, count me out. If you were from a foreign country, Senator Schmidt, listening to the debate on the cable channels, you thought we were the Gestapo. Have you had any stories about a guy getting his finger bit off? The ICE agents and the Border Patrol and all federal law enforcement involved in this has been slandered and smeared. And to the Republican Party, where have you been? Count me in for holding them accountable. Where are you at, leaders? Where have you been? These people are patriotic. They're away from home. These crowds follow them to their hotel. They intimidate their families. The people pushing this are nuts. They're not normal. The man who got shot, investigate. But do not tell me that he didn't have an agenda. Look what happened 10 days before. Maybe excessive force, let's look. But don't play a game like the people out in the streets that are harassing ICE, that they're not part of the problem. The real problem is not Kristi Noem. You can say whether she's done a good job or not, Stephen Miller. The real problem is that there are 12 states in America who openly defy federal law. Why are we dealing with this? During the 4 years of Joe Biden, you obliterated our borders. You let anybody and everybody that could get here. You created chaos, and a lot of Americans have been destroyed by your illegal immigration policy, and all you want to talk about over there are the cops. Senator Schumer, you blame me, I blame you. I work with you on comprehensive immigration reform. It's not I can't get there, but when you got in charge with Biden, you did everything conservatives were afraid of. You ignored the law. Has anybody mentioned Laken Riley lately? The Laken Riley Act was a great piece of bipartisan legislation by Senator Britt from Alabama. We all came together to say, no more Laken Rileys. Well, what are we talking about? Laken Riley was killed by an illegal immigrant who was in detention in Texas and released because they had no bed space. Under the law, the DHS secretary cannot mass release people. They have to do it on a case-by-case basis. They were releasing people by the thousands. This young lady is dead because they had no place to hold him and then let him loose, knowing he might be dangerous. He makes his way to Georgia and he murders her. 1 year ago, yesterday, we signed into law the Laken Riley Act to the Republican Party. Why didn't we talk about that? Why didn't we remind the American people that part of what we're doing here is to not go back to the Joe Biden ways? We made a mistake here. We're on the run in an 80% issue, and I'm tired of it. We should be reminding the American people we're different than our colleagues on the other side. We're not going back to Joe Biden policies. You can be unnerved by what's happening in Minneapolis. I get it. But the problem is you want Band-Aid solutions. We're going to have a vote on the floor of the United States Senate in 2 weeks as to whether or not we should criminalize the act of local and state officials who willfully disobey laws on the books because it's good politics for them. If we could go back in time, we probably should have put George Wallace in jail for defying civil rights. These laws were on the books long before Trump. What is the right answer when a state or a mayor says, I don't like this federal law, I'm not going to do it because it's good politics for me? I think you risk going to jail. We cannot live in a country this way, where you get to pick and choose the laws you don't like. You can't have 50 state immigration policy. Sanctuary city policy is killing this country. To the 12 states that are doing this, stop. How are you ever going to fix illegal immigration if there are pockets of the country that if an illegal immigrant can get there, they're home free? That's what Senator Schmidt was saying. If you want to reform ICE, count me in. But if you don't get to the root cause of the problem, then you're really not serious about solving it. I will not lift my hold on this bill until I get guaranteed a vote on my legislation that would criminalize the conduct going forward. And what conduct am I talking about? State and local officials openly defying federal law that's been on the books for decades, incentivizing more illegal immigration, massive taxpayer ripoff, and a breakdown of law and order. To these 12 states, You're screwing it up for the rest of us. You need to change your policies and comply with the law that's been on the books for decades, and there should be a punishment. To me, what you're doing is you're inciting chaos. You're putting people's lives at risk. You literally should go to jail if you will not enforce the law, abide by the law. What a novel concept. You break the law, you go to jail. Except you're an elected official, I guess. We have an exception. If you're doing what liberals like, then you actually can break the law. No, you can't. I want to vote on it. And if you got a better idea, count me in. That's my idea. If you can think of a better idea, let me know. If you got ideas about reforming ICE to make it more professional, count me in. But what we will not do in 2 weeks is leave unaddressed the root cause of the problem. And that is 4 years of the Biden administration, 11 million people coming to the country, only God knows why they're here and where they're from, and the chaos they have created. Lincoln Riley is one example of too many where somebody died because of stupid, dangerous policies. President Trump, like him or not, is trying to lower the temperature in Minneapolis. Tom Homan, good job. But he's not going to quit, and I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to give up on undoing the damage. I've had it. I've worked with Democrats and Republicans to fix illegal immigration. Now you're doing everything to make it worse. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and not get in this debate and say, sanctuary city policy is dangerous, it's insane, it needs to be fixed. You can convince me ICE can be made better. I don't think I will ever convince you to abandon sanctuary cities because you're wedded to it on the Democratic side. Let's have this debate. In 2026, if you want to go back to Biden, vote for the Democrats. In 2026, if you want to try to get the country back on a rational footing, vote for us. We're not perfect, but they're not either. So, what would it take to lift my hold? A vote, not an outcome. I'm like any other senator. I don't demand a lot, but I am demanding that my solution to fixing sanctuary cities at least have a vote. You're going to put ideas on the floor to make ICE better. I want to put an idea on the floor to get the root cause of the problem, and that's not unreasonable. Vote any way you want. I'm asking this body to guarantee me that vote, and we move forward. Second thing. What happened with Jack Smith? Here's what happened to me. I didn't know, but now I know. They literally started asking the phone company about my phone calls professionally and personally during a period of time when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee by subpoena. No one's ever suggested I broke the law. This actually really bothers me. If I were a Democrat, I would be bothered too. The original Arctic frost provision was signed off by Leader Schumer and Thune, Senator Thune, and it was seen as to have an ethical problem. Not my intent. I fixed it. I changed the language so it would comply. No enrichment by me or anybody else. But I'm not going to give up on the idea that we should abandon holding Jack Smith accountable. The House, you took the Arctic frost language of the Senate and took it all out. You could have called me about the 500,000. I'd be glad to work with you. You jammed me. Speaker Johnson, I won't forget this. I got a lot of good friends in the House. If you think I'm going to give up on this, you really don't know me. So how about this idea to my House colleagues? Why don't we expand a private cause of action to the 430 Republican groups that may have been abused by Jack Smith? Nothing to do with me. You took the provision and you gutted it. You took the notification provision out, telling senators or congressmen they're asking for your phone records when you're not under criminal investigation and you should know. Senator Peters and I are this close to finding a bipartisan solution to protect the body in the future. It's Republicans today, it could be Democrats tomorrow. We should all want to be notified as senators in a separate branch of government. The executive branch is looking for our phone records unless we're charged or investigating a crime. That's just common sense. They took that out. There was a stampede in the House. Everybody says, well, it passed unanimously in the House. I could care less. What you did, I think, was wrong. You overreacted. We'll fix the 500,000. Count me in. But you took the notification out. I'm not going to give up on that. I'm demanding a vote on the floor of the United States Senate to an amendment that requires notification to a member of Congress if their phone records are being looked at by the executive branch unless they're under criminal investigation. That's a fishing expedition. We should all be against that. I'm going to demand a vote on the floor that groups, not members of Congress, who may have been harmed by Jack Smith have a private cause of action. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, the Republican National Committee, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the American First Policy Institute, Save America PAC, My Pillow, 430 Republican-aligned groups and individuals, 197 subpoenas against these groups and what they were doing. To the House, if you expect me to deny these people a chance to have their day in court against Jack Smith, you're talking to the wrong guy. I'm urging the Speaker, give these people and anybody else we find, 430 groups, a chance to hold Jack Smith accountable in court. Nothing to do with me. And if you don't do that, you're giving a pass to what I think is the most abusive investigation maybe in the history of the country, Jack Smith. Within 3 days of President Trump announcing I'm going to run again, they have a special counsel, and within 6 months, they got 90 felony charges in the most liberal districts in the country. I believe it was a coordinated effort to make Trump unelectable. I believe it was lawfare, and I'm going to pursue my beliefs. As to me, what have I done to justify this? He says he can defend what he did to me. Great. Get a good lawyer. See you in court. What did I do wrong? I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm asking questions. When it came to January the 6th, I think I was more the solution than the problem. I took this floor and say, enough. I don't think the election was stolen. There may have been some abuses, but I'm done. And what happens? I find out during all this time, they're looking at me for being involved in a plot to steal the election when I'm the biggest advocate. Enough. You actually used my name to Verizon. See you in court. To the government. Donald Trump is suing the IRS for $10 billion because somebody at the IRS may have leaked his records. You should sue. If our government can't be sued by people, only by people not in it, then people like us are wolves or lambs to the slaughter. If they ever say that because you're in the government you have no rights, that because I'm a senator, my right to use my phone without being interfered with no longer exists, that's insane. I'm going to pursue the damage done to me, hoping it will deter others in the future. I hope after all this is over, people will not be going on fishing expeditions to find out who a senator was calling and why they were calling ever again unless they believe that senator's committed a crime. Is that too much to ask? This is a defining moment about what's the root cause of the problem on immigration. Senator Schmidt, you're right. People have made mistakes in Minnesota. But the reason we have this chaos is that 12 states are pursuing policies that are insane. I will not enforce federal law because I don't like it. And it's popular. Those days are over. And if a conservative, if you start doing that stuff, we've had clerks of court that would refuse to do laws around marriage. I had a opponent in the 2016 race. I didn't last long. He did better. there's some lady somewhere saying, I'm not going to recognize the certificate of gay marriage because it violates my religious beliefs. And that was her job, right? And one guy said, I think she's right. I will go to jail with her. And I said, we will miss you. I'm not going to jail for that. I've got my own views about gay. But if you're a public official, you don't get to have your own views and be a veto. So on the right, there were a lot of people wanting to make a point. I don't agree with gay marriage. I'm not going to follow the law. Well, you could go to jail too. That's my point. Our political desires have to have some boundaries around here. So I am willing to lift my hold. I'm willing to vote yes. I actually like the products. I'm asking for two simple things. Give me a chance to express myself on what the solution to our problems on immigration are. I'm not asking for an outcome, for a vote. I've got a bill. I want to vote on it. And as to Arctic frost, I want to have a chance to have a vote on a version that would expand private cause of actions for non-members of Congress who may have a claim against Jack Smith. It'd be up to them to prove it. And I want to work with Senator Peters to see if we can find a way to give us notice so that the next administration can't fish for who we're talking to. They got to actually have a real reason. That's all I'm asking. And I think those are reasonable things. I will end where I began. To the appropriations process, it's a miracle we've done it the way we've done it. It's actually what we've been hoping for. Everybody who's been complaining in our conference, let's get back to regular order. Well, when we try to get back to regular order, they won't let us. Let's do less spending. We checked that block. Well, that's not enough. We actually have, Senator Tillis, appropriations below CRs. And like all of a sudden, we're still the bad guys. People have said, let's go to the floor and debate. Well, they won't let us get to the floor. So there are people in our conference, I've just had it. We got to have a regular, to our leadership. You're my friends. We're playing not to lose. They, on the other side, have the courage of their convictions. They're coming out here with 21 things that we should do to stop abuses in Minneapolis. We're just sitting around looking at each other, worried. Hold the people accountable in ICE who may have broken the law. But stand up for those in the field trying to protect America and have the courage to say, it's not about Kristi Noem, whether you like her or not. It's not about Stephen Miller, whether you like him or not. It's a deeper, bigger problem. And that's a debate worthy of a great country. So to my Republican colleagues, we need to up our game. I'm not asking you to do things that I think are unachievable. Have a vote. If we lose, we lose. But I am frustrated, and there are a lot of people out there frustrated, that the moment is not being met. I think it's time to reevaluate. To my Democratic friends, you think you got the upper hand? You may for the moment, but what you're asking for is really too much. And part of your problem is you haven't really acknowledged the Lake and Raleighs of the world and all the people have had their lives upended. That's not balance. You're probably right about ICE reform, but none of you, no protesters, nobody up in arms about this young lady being murdered and thousands other like her. So in 2 weeks, we're going to have a debate. I'll lift my holes. All I ask is to have a voice in that debate. Down the road, all I ask for is to give access to people I think were harmed by Jack Smith. They'll have to prove their case, nothing to do with me, and protect the body against fishing expeditions. That's what I'm asking. I hope we can get there, and I'll end where I began. It's not about the appropriations process. I actually think we've done a damn good job beyond what I ever expected. Now, the Arctic Frost Amendment, nobody talked to me. I've talked to Senator Collins. We'll get that right. Final thought, I told Senator Thune. What does it matter if a single senator says the entire House is wrong? We should respect that senator and let them have their say. I've been told the White House doesn't like this. And I told the White House last night, I don't care if you like it or not. I literally texted my friends at the White House. If I were you, I would not call me tonight. And they didn't call me. I don't work for the White House. They're my political allies. I'm close to President Trump. I don't work for him. I don't work for the House. I've been in the House. I enjoyed it. I like this better. Why do I like the Senate better? Because one person has a say. So when I heard that, well, the House passed it, I think they made a mistake. I think they went too far. The 500,000 thing, let's fix. But you took it all out because there's a rush to judgment, political stampede. So don't ever come to me ever again and say you're just one voice. That's not a good reason to not let me know what's going on or to deny me a chance to have that voice. To every senator in this body, when they started this stuff a long time ago, 250 years ago, they made you special. There's things that we can do that nobody in the government can do as a single senator. I am not giving that right away to any friend or foe in the White House. I'm not letting the House take that right away from me. I'm not letting the leadership take that right away from me. And you know why you should sort of be in my camp? It could be you tomorrow. Senator Tillis, you've done some things by yourself that you thought were right. We need more of that, and I'll listen to that. Senator Collins, you got ripped by the president and took it in a way that I think people in Maine should be proud of. I don't know what was said, but it was reported as pretty tough, and you stood your ground. And I don't agree with you about the vote, but I know with Susan Collins, here's what I get. She'll listen, she'll make her mind up. And if you think you're going to change Susan Collins by a phone call, you really don't know her very well. She does it with a smile, problem solving. There's not enough of it. So this is a time for all of us to reflect. I never do this. I never hold things. I never say, I got to have my vote or else. I'm doing it now because I think it will reset. I think it will reset the debate. I think it would be good for my party to up our game. I think it would be good for the Democrats to have a challenge on their hands.
Does the senator yield for a question?
I do.
Thank you, Senator. You and I were talking last night. You mentioned you closed with resetting the debate. I think that's so important right now because we're talking about appropriations bills, which is fine, and I've fully supported that, and the chairwoman's done a great job. But what we're also hearing now, the Democrats have now moved to, they want a policy debate and policy changes on appropriations bills, which, by the way, I thought we weren't supposed to do in this place. But that's what they want to do, whether it's in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever we come up with on this potential CR for DHS. And I think it's very important for us to remind the country how we got here. This didn't start this weekend in Minneapolis. It didn't start last year when President Trump came into office. It started in January of 2021 when Joe Biden let 15 million people in here illegally and fought every single attempt to stop it. And what we discovered was that laws don't really mean anything if they're not enforced. And we have a president now who ran on the central platform of enforcing our immigration laws and deporting people here illegally. And the Democrats cannot accept that. They can't come to grips with that reality, that the American people, I hear a lot of, we're preserving democracy. Well, if democracy means anything to you, it means that when the American people saw what happened and they sent this guy back here to clean up the mess, that maybe we ought to respect that for a year and a half. But they don't want to do it. So we're going to have this debate, right? So the reason why I laid out the 4 ideas is I want to make very clear to my Democrat colleagues, this is a home game for us. You want the debate on immigration? Bring it on. And we can be out here every single day for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, every single hour, because the American people are fed up with this. And I know you believe that too.
Yeah, thank you. Is that a question? question?
It is.
Okay, the
That
answer,
was a question mark at the end. I know you believe that.
the
too.
answer is yes.
I know you believe that too.
Yeah, I do believe it too. I hadn't slept in a while, but it's just normally not me. Senator Collins, I talked before, if we do this, if we can't get appropriations through until we solve a policy debate, we're never going to appropriate again. Today it's immigration. Tomorrow it could be abortion. The next day it could be regulatory reform. Senator Collins is very worried that policy debates need to be done in authorizing committees. To my authorizer committees, what have you done lately? Homeland Security, Senator Johnson, what did we do? These committees are becoming political jousting. Authorizing committees have to be bigger than making points. And you get mad at the appropriators, well, do your job. Senator Risch is working well with Senator Shaheen, but we haven't reauthorized the State Department in like 25 years. So this is a dangerous model. And to my Democratic colleagues, you would be cheering on putting the clerk in Tennessee or wherever she was in jail for not recognizing gay marriage because she disagreed with the Supreme Court. You would be cheering, put her in jail. But you're going to defend some mayor who says, I will not cooperate with the federal government as I'm required to by law. That's politics for you. You're all politics all the time. I've worked on immigration. Senator Tillis has worked on immigration. Senator Collins has. When you got in charge, you blew by everything you said you weren't for.
And wouldn't you agree that the reason why we're here, if it was about ICE, or if it was about DHS, or if it was about President Trump, you would see this everywhere in the country. The fact of the matter is, the instance of violence against ICE agents is 500 times more likely in 9 sanctuary counties in this country. And so Minneapolis has become the epicenter. Why? Because the local law enforcement doesn't help ICE agents. They're having to do the job the local law enforcement might do. They're not telling them when criminals are being released on the streets. Think about that. If the American people knew that murderers and rapists and child molesters who were illegal immigrants, that we're not going to tell federal law enforcement about it because you want everybody to stay here indefinitely, that's insane. And that's why it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Well, let me end on this. I made my point, I hope. Laken Riley is murdered, dead today, because immigration policy was constructed to the point they had too many people, not enough beds, and they let the man go. He was released because of lack of detention space, not because of some merit under the law. She is dead. A year ago today, we signed the law. There are a bunch of cases like Laken Riley, rape, murder, dead. There's two sides to this debate. I get what you're saying about ICE going too far. I am with Senator Schmidt. God bless these people for willing to do it. The ones that did it wrong, hold them accountable. I am passionate about cleaning up this mess. It was a mess that needs to be cleaned up. President Trump's adjusting with Holman, but I'm not going to give up on the idea that the root cause of the problem is not Trump. It's not Miller. It's not Nome, all the people you hate. The root cause of the problem is that you've instilled into your base it's okay to defy law when you like it. 12 states are ignoring federal law because it's good politics for those governors and those mayors. Like the clerk, you don't have the ability to override a law, Supreme Court case, because you don't like it. If you don't like the decision of the Supreme Court on gay marriage and you're a public official, quit your job. You got to follow the law. If you're a mayor or a governor and the law is clear, follow it. And if you don't follow it, then you're committing a crime. We're never going to have law and order until we insist on it. Appreciate this moment. I appreciate my colleagues listening to my frustration. I am ready to move forward. My requests are reasonable. I celebrate the accomplishments of the Appropriations Committee, but this debate that we're going to have in 2 weeks is long overdue. I just ask to have a seat at the table and a voice. Thank you. I yield.
The senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes when I hear floor speeches down here, I think of my wife, who I love dearly. I'll be married to her 39 years in June. But Mr. President, for about the first 5 or 10 years of our relationship, I'd do something stupid, and she rightfully got mad. And then I felt like I had to hear every other stupid thing I'd done since I met her 5 or 10 years before. There were a lot of very valid points made here today. Very few of them have anything to do with what's ahead of us this weekend. To try and explain where we are here is that Senator Collins has done an extraordinary job with her hand on the rudder of getting 5 appropriations bills that are ready to go to the president's desk. We have an agreement that was between the president and the Democrats before us. The Homeland Security bill has had to be severed for a variety of reasons, and I'll get to that too. And we're trying to address that through a continuing resolution. We're trying to decide if that's 2 weeks, 4 weeks, or 6 weeks. That continuing resolution, incidentally, because of the way we fund the government here, would actually provide more money during the CR than we have in the underlying appropriation that we hope to pass someday. But Mr. President, the reason why we're not moving forward today doesn't have anything to do with the Democrats. It has to do with a handful of Republicans who are refusing to let us move forward. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why we had one of the longest, actually we set a record, the longest shutdown in U.S. history is because some of my colleagues decided to hold up for about 35 or 37 days before we finally came to an agreement. I think we just got to be truthful to the American people. I'm not going to try and outwit the eloquence and the expertise of 2 accomplished prosecutors. I'm just kind of trying to make it real for people that may be watching. We're going to shut down the government because some Republicans refuse to take the win, refuse to take a negotiated agreement that the president agrees with. President Donald J. Trump agrees with what we can do to avoid a government shutdown. So it just seems silly to me when you parse through all that stuff, sort of like when I'm getting hammered by my wife for all the dumb things I did. Yeah, she was right to be mad at me for the last dumb thing I did, but I thought we'd finish those other arguments. Now we're bringing all that stuff back in. And I love you, Susan. But I mean, let's just lower, when we're talking about lowering the temperature, let's lower the temperature in this chamber and recognize that if we have a shutdown, we own it. Republicans own it. You can say whatever you want to, but it's materially untrue. We have 5 appropriations bills that could fund the majority of the government and not put it into shutdown just by lifting these holds and living to fight for the issues that I agree with when we finally get on the Homeland Security bill. I agree with some of the things my Democrat colleagues want. I've got other things that I'd like to see in the bill. But I don't know why I would hold this up when that real debate is on that bill. Now, to Senator Graham, my neighbor to the south from South Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. I get his frustration with the Jack Smith investigation. It was horrible. He should, I don't know the legal processes, but he should probably be held accountable for prosecutorial misconduct. There are various ways that you can go after Jack Smith if that's really what you're wanting to do. If they did these sorts of surveillance or phone tapping, whatever they did, go after them. Whether or not we should have a $500,000 award for a member who got targeted, I don't want that because that's actually your money. I would like maybe a $1 award to send a message, but come on, guys. And Senator Graham mentioned a $10 billion lawsuit from the president. Really? Where's that money come from? The money fairies or your pocket? If the president's been damaged, of course, he should probably, like any other citizen, receive it. But my goodness, a $10 billion lawsuit seems silly. Now let's talk about Minnesota. I think it was Benjamin Franklin, and he was actually updating something that was attributed to someone maybe 100 years before. But I believe that Benjamin Franklin said something along the lines of better 100 guilty men go free than one innocent be convicted. Now let's talk about Minnesota. Do we really, and look, I get that Mr. Pretty, who was shot, he was obviously agitating. I saw the video of him kicking a tail light out of a truck a week before. Well, why didn't ICE just go ahead and arrest them then and de-escalate then? I've seen the videos more recently, and they're very disturbing. I want the ICE officers who were involved to get a fair shake, but they need to be investigated. To the casual observer, to most people across the United States, it doesn't look right. It certainly doesn't look like us. But there are so many examples of where we want to turn up the pressure when the American people want us to tone it down. Sanctuary states and sanctuary counties are dangerous. In fact, I took every sanctuary city and sanctuary county in my state to task. And I've held them accountable. In fact, I've got a bill I'd like my colleagues to get on. It's called Justice for Sanctuary Cities. It's not something new. I did a couple of Congresses ago. Simply says if a governmental entity has a sanctuary policy, they don't cooperate with federal law enforcement, they release someone who does harm to somebody else, they should have a private right of action and sue that city or town, right? Shouldn't be a problem because the city or town or the state said these are just innocent people. So why should they worry about that? They should endorse it, right? They should embrace it because certainly they're not releasing dangerous people. And the private right of action would only occur if they did. So it's, why don't we start talking about these common sense sorts of ways to lower the temperature, hold people accountable when they're harming ICE agents, and hold ICE agents accountable if they reacted in a way that's not consistent with their law enforcement training. If we do that, I think that the American people will appreciate it. But back on the underlying reason why I'm here today. I think it's wrong for us to shut down the government to make a point. If all you're asking for is a vote, and people need to understand that the Democrats, they have held their members back from offering amendments. We would be able, if we got on this bill, we may have to defend some amendments, but we would be able to move on because that was a part of the agreement. So it's Republicans now, a handful, the vast majority of us are ready to go. Republicans now are wanting to get a vote just to make a point. They've already said, I just want to vote. I know it will probably fail. Well, why don't you reserve that for the vote that we're going to have when we're on the bill that is driving your need for most of those amendments outside of the Jack Smith amendment? I mean, come on, guys, this is not that hard. I can figure it out, and I'm not the smartest person in this chamber. And I think the American people can figure it out if we explain it that way. But at the end of the day, if the government shuts down, I've said repeatedly, the only way you can recognize or fix a problem is you recognize you have one. And if we shut the government down today, we created the problem, and we need to fix it. Senator Thune, the majority leader, has done an extraordinary job. Senator Thune wants this vote on the floor. Senator Thune wants to avoid a shutdown. President Trump wants to avoid a shutdown. But Senator Graham's right. One senator has a lot of power. And if you use it judiciously, you can be productive and make a difference. But if you use it in the heat of the moment, you can make a point that not a damn person's going to remember a month later. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you so much. I rise to follow my colleague from North Carolina and with Senator Collins, the senator from Maine, on the floor. I hope also to be voting today and hopefully soon on behalf of the bill that is pending before us that would advance 5 completed appropriations bills that are very solid bills. To my point of view, none of us ever think these bills are perfect. There are always things in them we wish weren't and other things that we wish had been in them that aren't. But I think these are very solid bills. And I think it's time, not just because of the shutdown, it's time to advance these bills to the president's desk. And I appreciate that colleagues are recognizing that what we need to do is advance those bills and then focus in a very intense, high-stakes way on what I believe is the need for dramatic reforms of DHS and its agencies. And we all know the controversies, and we all know some things that need to be done, and we'll see if we can reach an agreement. The idea in this proposal is to take 2 weeks to see if we can find it. If we find sufficient reforms, you'll have votes like mine. If we do not find sufficient reforms, that my vote will not go for the ultimate bill. But in 2 weeks, we'll be able to know whether we can provide significant reforms that would curb the abuses that we're seeing and that people all around the world are seeing to our discredit. I was inspired to speak when I heard about the Graham amendments. Now, as I stand here, I've not seen the filed amendments or their texts, and I'm not yet sure whether, in fact, there will be a vote on the amendments that my colleague from South Carolina has described. However, I want to explain why I think both of these amendments would be a very bad idea. And maybe in explaining that, I might be able to convince colleagues not even to vote on them. But if we do have votes, I'm going to be voting no on both and encouraging my colleagues to do the same. Let me tackle the first issue raised by Senator Graham, proposing to offer an amendment that would create some cause of action against, quote, sanctuary cities. I have two very serious concerns about the proposal as he has described it on the floor and as I've read about it. The first is, what is a sanctuary city? Is a sanctuary city or community a city that just says we're a sanctuary city? Is that enough? What if a city doesn't say they're a sanctuary city, but they refuse to enter into a 237G agreement with DHS? What must the city do or not do to be labeled a sanctuary city? If we're going to have a cause of action that would impose damages that would have to be paid by not the city, it all comes from local taxpayers. It would have to be paid by local taxpayers. You have to have a real clear definition of what a sanctuary city is. And I'm very, very worried about any amendment that would try to punish sanctuary cities for two reasons. First, the administration does not know what a sanctuary city is, the Trump administration. And why do I say that? I say it because of actions earlier this year. In May of 2025, last year, in May of 2025, the Trump administration, through the DHS, listed sanctuary cities in each state. They put out a massive list. Now, I didn't pay attention to 49 states list, but I paid a lot of attention to the Virginia list. And let me tell you who was on the Virginia list. There were 20 counties and 13 cities. Virginia has 134 cities and counties. So the Trump administration said 20 counties were sanctuary counties and 13 cities were sanctuary cities. But when we looked at the list, it was comical. It was like Stephen Colbert or somebody had written this list. One of the counties listed was Martinsville County. That's not a county in Virginia. One of the cities that was listed was Tazewell. But wait, that's not a city in Virginia. There is a town of Tazewell that has 4,000. There's a county of Tazewell that has 40,000. It's not clear whether Tazewell City was meant to refer to either or both of those communities. The list of 33 was rife with not only errors but misspellings, but my favorite one was this. One of the cities listed as a sanctuary city in Virginia, Duffield, Virginia. Duffield, Virginia, in the heart of Appalachia, 0.6 square miles, population 73, in the heart of Appalachia, sanctuary city. Well, I don't know, maybe Duffield is a hotbed of like immigrants or something. I went to the census data, the 2020 census data, the 73 people that live in that 0.6 square mile town, 100% Caucasian. It's not a hotbed of immigrants. It's not a sanctuary city. And yet the Trump administration listed them And this was news all over Virginia. The list got published everywhere. Duffield is a sanctuary city. If the mistakes were made on this list about Virginia, I know they were made about other communities as well. And to its credit, the Trump administration in August put out a new list of sanctuary cities in Virginia. And instead of the 33 that was on the list in May, now there were 0 sanctuary cities. Just 2 months later, 0 sanctuary cities. Clearly, that initial list was prepared by someone who didn't know anything about Virginia, anything about sanctuary cities. I suspect it was AI, and I can't decide whether AI stands for artificial intelligence or artificial ignorance, but it included many communities that definitely are not sanctuary cities. And I've only given you the most egregious errors. If you look at the others that were on that initial list, none of them have ever passed sanctuary city legislation. None of them have refused to cooperate with immigration officials in doing their job. So the first thing about a bill, or an amendment, that would impose a cause of action against sanctuary cities is, how could we trust that it would be applied fairly when the administration can't even figure out what a sanctuary city is? Here's the second reason I would oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, should it be offered for a vote. What about local elections? Like, I've heard from many of my Republican colleagues, and frankly, not just Republican colleagues, those of us who've been mayors and governors, we don't think federal officials in this chamber should micromanage everything a city does or a county does or a state does. If folks in Duffield, Virginia, population 73, decide that they don't like being a sanctuary city, which they're not, they could change out their mayor. They could change out their city council. They could elect different people to have different policies. Why would we have a federal cause of action against a city or county that's responsive to its voters? Allow voters to decide whether their elected officials at the local level or state level are embracing the right or wrong policies. We shouldn't use lawsuits, as much as I like them. I was a lawyer for many years and tried a lot of cases. We shouldn't use lawsuits against localities that have the power to elect their own officials to embrace policies and kick out officials if they're embracing the wrong policies. So on Senator Graham's first proposed amendment, a cause of action against sanctuary cities, we can't even really trust that this definition will be worked out right, as evidenced by the problems that the administration has had. And let's let local and state governments govern themselves and the voters kick out people if they're embracing the wrong policies. Let me talk about the Second Amendment, which I also think would be a very bad idea. We squirreled away in a bill that passed out here in November a very unusual provision giving a cause of action for various senators to sue if they felt like they had been unjustly targeted by an investigation connected to what happened in this Capitol on January 6th. Very unusual to create a cause of action for such a limited number of people. And most of us were unaware it was in the fine print of the deal and only found out later to our surprise and chagrin. The House, to their credit, kicked that provision out. Not smart. It should stay out. Senator Graham is now proposing an amendment, and I'm at least gratified that he's not proposing an amendment that just gives like a special, easy pass lane for senators to bring lawsuits. He's proposing an amendment that would allow more generally individuals who had been subject to that January 6th investigation to bring a lawsuit. But let's just hold on for a minute. We're going to create a federal cause of action to allow people who felt they were unjustly targeted by the January 6th investigation to bring a damages lawsuit against the U.S. government. What about somebody who's shot in the back 10 times by an ICE agent? Like, shouldn't that person be able to bring a cause of action against the federal government? That person can't. Not only because the person is dead, Mr. Preddy, but because federal law does not allow that lawsuit. The family of that individual cannot bring a wrongful death action against the United States because of sovereign immunity doctrines. What about somebody manhandled or beaten by an ICE agent or a federal prison guard? Or what about somebody who is mistreated by somebody in a TSA line, a TSA employee? I mean, shouldn't there be a cause of action against a federal employee who abuses somebody in another way? But there isn't. Federal law generally prohibits these claims because of sovereign immunity doctrines against the federal government, and it is near impossible to bring such a claim against the individual federal employee that carried out abusive behavior. So the proposal that Senator Graham is making is to say individuals who were targeted in an investigation about an attack on this Capitol to overturn the peaceful transfer of power will be given a unique status in American law and be able to file lawsuits against the federal government or against federal officials in a way that no one else can, even people who have been grievously injured or even killed by the actions of federal employees. We should not elevate people's concerns about the January 6th prosecution and give them a special status in American law above those who have suffered grievous physical injury and even been murdered. We shouldn't. Now, Senator Graham is a good lawyer, tried many a case. He knows that there has long been a debate about whether and under what circumstances one might create a cause of action for individuals, a federal tort claim for individuals who have been on the receiving end of illegal behavior by federal employees. That's been a debate that has been kicking around for a long time. And if Senator Graham or anyone in this chamber wants to engage in a discussion about what should the parameters of such a cause of action look like, and how it shouldn't be just for one group of people, but it should be for anybody whose rights have been grievously violated by the actions of federal officials, that would be a worthy discussion to have. It has some challenges to it. It's not an easy discussion, but it's one that's been going on for a long time, and it would be a worthy discussion to have. But for God's sake, especially in the aftermath of these horrific killings of these civilians in Minneapolis who don't have any ability to seek compensation from the federal government for their losses of life, let's not create a cause of action for a certain group of people who were investigated over their role in the January 6, 2021 effort to overturn the peaceful transfer of power in this country. It is my hope that these amendments will not be called up for a vote. If they are, I will strongly oppose them and encourage my colleagues to do the same so that we can move forward on passing the appropriations bills and then getting into a focused discussion about DHS reform. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Maine.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Madam President.
Democratic Leader.
Madam President, this morning we got news that another tranche of... I
Mr.
ask
Leader, we're on a-
unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, this morning, we got news that another tranche of Epstein files was released by the DOJ. But these releases raise far more questions than answers. There's a lot here that does not add up. First, the DOJ says all the documents were released. Well, does that include all the co-conspirator memos, all the corporate protection memos, the original Palm Beach Police Department reports? We need answers to that. Those and other things and other areas that may not have been included. And we just don't know those answers. Second, has all the relevant information been released on each of the 10 Epstein co-conspirators? There are 10 co-conspirators in this new tranche of documents. Is every one of those 10 included? And if not, why not? Third, the DOJ numbers keep changing. They say they collected 6 million pages, but they're only releasing 3. What happened to the other 3 million? What's in them? And finally, has every document that mentions the word Trump been released? Yes or no? We need answers. It's now 42 days and counting that the administration has violated the law by failing to release all the files. Every member of this body voted that all the Epstein files should be released, and we are not satisfied that the law is being complied with. We believe it is not. The American people need answers above all. The American people are asking about this. Pressure from the American people got just about every member of the House and Senate to vote to release the files. Why haven't the whole thing been released? And why are there so many holes, missing pieces, unanswered questions when it comes to the release of the Epstein files? The longer Pam Bondi hides the truth from the American people, the more the American people ask, what are they trying to hide? I yield the floor. Note the absence of law.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Madam President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Hard power,
We're in a quorum call.
I suggest that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Hard power is the cornerstone of U.S. national security. It's the credibility behind our commitments to defend our core interests. And investing accordingly is among Congress' core responsibilities. I'm proud that the Senate will uphold that responsibility today by passing a full-year defense appropriations for the fiscal year 2026. Our action today is urgent, important, overdue, and yet insufficient. Allow me to briefly remind our colleagues what this vote represents. About a year ago, I offered the incoming administration a few recommendations on the nature of American power and what it would take to sustain it in the face of grave and growing threats. I urged them to push for sustained year-on-year increases to the defense top line, to prioritize investments in the industrial base that equips both America and our allies, and expand the use of multi-year procurement contracts to solve glaring shortages of critical munitions. Suffice it to say, the President's advisors didn't initially seem to heed this advice. In fact, senior budget and defense officials welcomed the first full-year continuing resolution for the military in history, a move that effectively left the Pentagon operating on President Biden's budget and handicapped President Trump's efforts to restore peace through strength. Then they went about trying to internally cut 10% of the military services, setting arbitrary budget reduction quotas that shortchanged growing military requirements. Even the administration's first official budget request left much to be desired. Indeed, defense appropriations received a fiscal year 26 defense budget request from OMB that would have amounted to a net cut after inflation and a continuation of the Biden approach to discretionary appropriations. As the President's foremost national defense priorities, however, came into focus, from homeland missile defense to shipbuilding renaissance, the inadequacy of his administration's budget request became undeniably clear. And what about the budget reconciliation process that could have been optimized to make one-time investments in critical sectors of the defense enterprise? Administration budget officials treat it like a shell game. Much of the Defense Subcommittee's most arduous work in recent months has been helping the armed services address real, urgent operational shortfalls that were created when much of Washington decided to pretend that a one-time infusion of cash could take the place of consistent annual appropriations. To be clear, this was not the intention of my friend Chairman Roger Wicker, who's been a far-sighted advocate for sustained increases in annual defense spending. But OMB's effort to shift major long-term funding priorities from the base budget to reconciliation didn't just suddenly obviate the need for steady full-year appropriations. In fact, it just created additional challenges. The full-year bill we're passing today reflects great efforts on the part of Senate appropriators to make up for growing funding shortfalls that are stifling the department's ability to deliver the president's military priorities. These aren't smart, little bitty shortfalls. The administration has acknowledged fiscal year 26 funding gaps of at least, now listen to this, $40 billion. The president's Golden Dome and Golden Fleet will not be built on a bronze budget. That's precisely why Senate appropriators marked a bill that would have exceeded the president's budget request by $22 billion. The conference bill we're voting on today comes in at $14 billion below that top line. So the final bill is only $8.4 billion above the president's request. Clearly, that's not enough to cover an official request for $28 billion in munitions that came in while we were conferencing the bill. Request for $28 billion in munitions came in while we were conferencing the bill. Clearly, it's not enough to cover the $40 billion in shortfalls identified by the department. But within our limited top line, this bill makes modest but important down payments on key priorities for the military: critical munitions, shipbuilding, sixth-generation fighter aircraft, missile defense, and more. In any event, it was always clear that glaring challenges, particularly to the industrial capacity and defense innovation, would not be solved in a single budget cycle. This is the business of years upon years, and it will require, at the most basic level, a renewed recognition of the centrality of hard power. 12 months into the president's term, I'm hopeful that appropriators will have more allies in our work to deliver consistent and increasing full-year resources. The president, for his part, indicated an ambitious goal for the coming year, a 2027 defense budget of $1.5 trillion. Needless to say, building toward this target next year would be a lot easier if we'd been able to make more headway this year. Going forward, every stakeholder is going to have to acknowledge that we can't nip and tuck our way to building the military we need to meet growing threats. When administration officials tell the department at the 11th hour to finally make more room for investments in critical munitions, they ought to be ready to join us in advocating for a higher top line, not expect warfighters to take it out of hide. Regardless of whether we're willing to put our money where our mouth is on national defense, we face adversaries who are. And they'll continue to pose growing threats to our security and to our interests. So again, our work is far from over. But as we take this significant step in the right direction, I'd be remiss So as we take this significant step in the right direction, I'd be remiss in not acknowledging the dedicated collaborative efforts of colleagues who recognize the importance of the task at hand, particularly Chair Susan Collins. Clearly the most outstanding appropriations chair in the time that I've been here. And my counterpart, Riskin, both have been fabulous supporters. I'm also deeply grateful to the talented professional staff who have given so many nights and weekends to pull fiscal year 26 appropriations finally across the finish line. On the majority side, Rachel Capivi, Laura Forrest, Megan Handel, Cole Hodge, Alexa Lorick, Todd Phillips, Catherine Plunger, Kim Segura, Tom Schaefer, Elise Stabamic, and of course, the fearless leader to the left here, Robert Karam. We've been friends and collaborators for a long time, and there's nobody better on this subject. And I know my team has appreciated close collaboration with their counterparts on the minority staff, including Gabriella Amona, Dylan Bird, Abigail Grace, Bridget Kolish, Brian Pettit, led by Rob Leonard. My sincere thanks are with each of them for their devotion to such a worthy task. But as Henry Kissinger observed, each success only buys an admission ticket to a more difficult problem. So after taking the weekend, to catch their breath, I look forward to welcoming them, the team, back to the appropriations salt mine next week. The President's $1.5 trillion defense budget for next year is a worthy goal, and after Congress finishes its work on fiscal 26, we'll stand ready to do our part to help him achieve it. I yield the floor.
It is no secret to the American people that our country today faces a series of enormous crises. Our healthcare system basically collapsing despite the huge amount of money we spend on it. Millions of Americans cannot afford housing. 800,000 people are homeless. We have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. People on top have never, ever have done as well as they're doing right now, while at the same time, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, working people struggling to put food on the table, pay for housing, pay for health care, pay for education. And maybe most frighteningly, from an economic point of view, for the first time in the modern history of our country, our younger people may actually have a lower standard of living than their parents, despite all of the advances we're seeing in technology and worker productivity. So those are all enormously important issues that we've got to address. But there is one issue out there
that is even more pressing and more important. And that is that this country under President Trump every single day is moving closer and closer toward an authoritarian society where we have a reckless and unbalanced president who wants more and more power in his own hands. This is a president who has made it clear he has contempt for Congress and will usurp the power, the constitutional responsibilities Congress has, contempt for the courts, attacks the media every day, does not believe in freedom of dissent, goes after universities. And now, on top of all of that, what we are seeing is that one of our great American cities, Minneapolis, Minnesota, is essentially being occupied by ICE. And what's going on in Minneapolis and has gone on in other cities is not what this country is about, and it's not what this country must never become. We do not want and we do not need what amounts to a domestic army going into region after region, terrorizing the occupants of those communities. We do not want or need and must never allow federal agents, people paid by federal tax dollars with masks on their face, knocking down doors, ignoring the Constitution, grabbing people, putting them into unmarked vans, taking 5-year-olds away from their parents, putting them in detention centers, shooting American citizens in cold blood. So what ICE has become is not an agency of immigration and customs enforcement. What it has become is Trump's domestic army. And I would hope that my conservative friends, people who year after year get up here and say, we believe in small government, get the government off our backs, let local communities make their own decisions, finally stand up and say that in America, we do not need a domestic army terrorizing communities throughout this country. Mr. President, in the so-called big, beautiful bill, Congress not only made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, it not only gave $1 trillion to the top 1% at a time when we have unprecedented income and wealth inequality, it did something perhaps even more dangerous. In that bill, as many will recall, Congress appropriated $75 billion over a 4-year period to go to ICE on top of their previously appropriated $10 billion in funding. So they usually get $10 billion a year for immigrations and custom enforcement, and suddenly, on top of that, they got $75 billion over a 4-year period. And that is not funding immigration and customs enforcement. That is, in fact, funding a domestic army. And I think all over this country, whether you're progressive, whether you're conservative, whether you're a moderate, people are looking at what's happening in Minneapolis and elsewhere and saying, you know what? That is not what this country is supposed to be about. So, Mr. President, my understanding is that in a reasonably short period of time, we're going to begin a discussion on the mini bills that are before us. And I have an amendment in that bill which would cut that $75 billion from the so-called big beautiful bill that went to ICE, and I would direct that money to go to protect the millions of people who that bill threw off of Medicaid. As everybody will remember, the midst of a major health care crisis, people can't afford health care. The big, beautiful bill threw 15 million people off of Medicaid. So instead of funding a domestic army, which breaks the Constitution every day, we should be putting that money to help the people of our country get the health care that they need. I look forward to support for that amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to proceed to H.R. 7148 be agreed to. Further, that the only amendments in order be the following, if offered: Paul, number 4272, Schmidt, number 4241, Lee, number 4236, Lee, number 4234, Lee, number 4286, Sanders, number 4290, Merkley, number 4287, Collins, number 4273. That there be 30 minutes of debate equally divided between the two leaders or their designees on the amendments, and upon the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, and with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption of the Sanders Amendment, number 4290. Further, following disposition of the Merkley Amendment, number 4287, the Collins Amendment, number 4273, be agreed to. H.R. 7148 as amended be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of H.R. 7148 as amended, with 60 affirmative votes required for passage and with no intervening action or debate. Finally, if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to each vote in this series, and that all votes after the first vote be 10 minutes in length.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the motion to proceed to H.R. 7148 is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
I call up my amendment 4272 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, for himself and Mr. Lee, proposes amendment number 4272.
A freelance journalist discovered recently that billions of dollars have been stolen from welfare programs in Minnesota. Congress didn't discover this theft, a member of the public did. How did Congress respond? Did Congress open an investigation? Did Congress claw back the money from Minnesota? No. Congress simply decided to give another $5 billion in refugee welfare. My amendment says stop. No more welfare for refugees until a nationwide investigation of the level of this fraud. No more welfare for refugees until Congress balances the budget. America can't be the world's sugar daddy when we can't even afford the welfare for our own citizens. Many refugees are good people. Frankly, some of the best Americans just got here. But our welcome mat should not be a welfare check. Anyone who sponsors immigrants or refugees should be responsible for their welfare. Charity is when you give your money. Any group assisting immigrants or refugees should themselves be responsible for the welfare of the refugees. So my amendment will remove from the bill a little over $5 billion from the refugee welfare programs. And I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today in opposition to Amendment 4272. This amendment would completely eliminate funding for an office that helps some of the most vulnerable in our country. This office helps shelter and care for children who are seeking safety. It makes sure these children aren't being trafficked. It makes sure these children aren't stuck in cages in Border Patrol facilities for extended periods of time. This office also supports refugees who are victims of torture and human trafficking, who have been admitted to the United States by this administration, by the Trump administration. Lastly, I will note that this program and its funding are supported by President Trump and passed out of our Appropriations Committee with near unanimous support. This amendment is ill-advised, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Senator from West Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to join my ranking member on the subcommittee that we share our leadership on. I do thank Senator Paul, but I rise in opposition to his amendment. As she has stated, this amendment would eliminate HHS funding provided in the bill, which the Trump administration actually requested in their budget, that will allow the agency to drastically improve sponsor vetting for unaccompanied children, ensuring that they are no longer released to human traffickers. The Biden administration spent 4 years creating this problem, and while the Trump administration is making good progress to remediate the damage, this funding is necessary to continue the work of improving the safety and security of unaccompanied children. Thus, this funding will help to reimburse states like Texas and Florida for the cost of statutorily required assistance to certain legal refugees and support victims of trafficking and victims of torture. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. All week, Democrats have made clear that there is a simple, common sense path forward. First, pass these five critical funding bills that we all overwhelmingly agree on and prevent a serious shutdown. And secondly, split off the DHS bill so we can negotiate reforms to rein in ICE and CBP. It is what the vast majority of Americans want Congress to do. And it is good news we have a deal to fund these key programs families count on while work continues on a serious DHS accountability over the next 2 weeks. It could not be more clear that ICE and CBP are out of control and that we cannot just wait for the same president who caused this mess to address it. Congress cannot pass a Homeland Security funding bill until these restraints are in place. It is that simple. Today, I ask my colleagues to join me in voting for this package. Let's pay our troops and fund these clinical trials right now and work to rein in DHS and end the chaos that's happening on American streets. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Kentucky.
I yield back all time on the measure and on Paul Amendment 4272.
Without objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Marino, and Paul. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Capito, Collins, Durbin, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Murray, Schatz, and Tillis. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Miss Slotkin, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Graham, no.
Answer to no to 67 amendment is not agreed to. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the nays are 67. The amendment is not agreed to. The Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment 4241.
Order.
Amendment 4241 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Missouri, Mr. Schmidt proposes an amendment numbered 4241.
2 minutes equally divided.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're at an inflection point right now in America's role in the world. As we reassess how we deploy our time, money, political capital abroad, Congress has an obligation to ensure that taxpayer-funded organizations operate within the mission and guardrails Congress established. The National Endowment for Democracy was created to support democratic norms overseas, not to engage in domestic political advocacy or to amplify one side of America's internal debates. That distinction is essential to its legitimacy. Yet, there is ample evidence that NED has drifted from its statutory mission. Senior leadership and staff have used official positions to engage in domestic political advocacy, and NED funded a foreign organization that created ideological blacklists for conservative American media outlets. These concerns go directly to whether NED is fulfilling the role Congress intended. That's why the President's budget included no funding for NED this year. I've requested the State Department Inspector General investigate NED's leadership conduct and the use of taxpayer dollars. Until that investigation is complete,
Senator's time has expired.
I would argue that if we are true to advocating for Democrat norms, accountability must come first in our own democracy. I urge the adoption.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, President Ronald Reagan founded the National Endowment for Democracy in 1983 as an independent nonprofit foundation with a bipartisan board. And since then, it's been the main way that the United States has helped to strengthen democratic institutions around the world. NED exposes Russian propaganda, counters Chinese Communist Party censorship, circumvents the Iranian regime's efforts to silence critics, and highlights corruption and drug trafficking in Venezuela. And it does all of that for a fraction of a penny on the dollar. Let's be perfectly clear, letting authoritarians go unchecked directly undermines our interests and our safety, and these attacks against NED, led by a small group of people, have been repeatedly proven to be lies. It's why the House defeated this same amendment resoundingly. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Questions on the amendment? All in favor say aye. Those opposed? The noes appear to have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Utah.
I call up my amendment number 4236 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Utah, Mr. Lee proposes an amendment numbered 4236.
2 minutes equally divided.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President.
Order.
This amendment would strike the earmarks from this bill. In this bill package, there are about $7 billion in earmark spending. Now, a lot of people like to say, I don't like those other earmarks, but I like my own, so I'm going to vote for all of it so they can all stay in there. Remember, the Republican conference back in 2010 adopted an earmark moratorium. It was converted into a permanent earmark ban in 2019. That's still in effect. We shouldn't be ignoring it. What do these $7 billion do? Well, among other things, they do a lot, including a whole lot of them in spending on woke, wasteful, and unjustified spending. to recipients to fund housing and legal aid for illegal aliens, puberty blockers for kids, building EV charging stations, part of the Green New scam, subsidize California disaster rail system, fund infrastructure and renovation projects at wealthy Met Museum and the Michigan AFL-CIO, a dance festival in Massachusetts, DEI initiatives. Look, we don't need this. We don't want this. This is what's driving the train toward the $38.5 trillion debt that we're adding to at a rate of $2 trillion a year. It's unacceptable. It must end. Support
Senator's
my
time has
amendment.
expired.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, members of Congress understand the needs. Could I have
Order.
please, Mr. President? Could I have order?
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, members of Congress understand the needs of our constituents far better than any well-intentioned federal employee located here in Washington. The CDS projects provide funding for states, communities, and nonprofit organizations. The process is completely open and transparent. Senators who submit such requests are required to post their requests on their official websites, along with a certification that neither they nor their immediate family members have any financial interest in the items requested. All of the FY26 CDS requests submitted to the Appropriations Committee can be found in a searchable table that's been posted on the committee's website.
Senator's time has expired.
I urge our colleagues to defeat this amendment.
Senator from Washington.
And ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Warren, Coons. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mrs. Brett. Gallego. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cotton. Motion to table? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mr. Kramer. Senator Barrasso. Ms. Duckworth. Thank you. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallega, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Oh. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Yes, it's a motion to table. Thank you. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Thank you. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Banks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Cantwell, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, McConnell, McCormick, Merkley, Moran, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slapkin, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Wyden. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, and Tuberville. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Oh. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Yeah. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Gary, you're full now. Mr. Mullen, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 67, the nays are 33. The motion to table is agreed to. Senator from Florida.
I call up Lee Amendment 4234 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
4234.
Senator from Florida, Mr. Scott, for Mr. Lee, proposes an amendment number 4234.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Lee, for working with me to stop Democrats' wasteful spending in this package and bring accountability for the American people. Our nation is nearly $39 trillion in debt, running $2 trillion deficits, and we're spending billions of dollars, up to 10% of our federal spending, on fraud and abuse. This waste is fueled in part by billions upon billions of wasteful earmark spending by Democrats who treat taxpayers' cash like candy. We should be looking at each dollar to make sure it's spent wisely. I did that as governor of Florida, and I was able to balance our budget. Let's start by looking at one earmark, $500,000 for new immigrant community empowerment in New York City. This is an organization that serves immigrants who are here illegally. Why should the American taxpayer foot the bill to support illegals in sanctuary cities when so many American citizens are struggling themselves? We will never get inflation under control and interest rates down until we balance the federal budget. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment to
The senator's time has expired.
and wasteful earmark.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, this amendment would strike funding for one member's project simply because the senator offering the amendment doesn't like the project. That is not how this process should work. Every senator has the opportunity to submit requests to have projects in their state funded in our appropriation bills. Those requests are vetted for compliance with critical guardrails, and senators must attest they have no financial stake in the project. If a project meets that criteria, it is eligible for funding. And if eligible projects are funded in a bill, we need to respect each senator's ability to fund the projects that are important to them and their state, full stop. This amendment completely overrules another senator on a project they have secured funding for and threatens to really derail a carefully negotiated bill. Mr. President, I oppose this amendment. I move to table the Lee amendment and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Gaines, Ernst, Fisher, Hawley, Hovind, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye.
Ryan's not doing anything.
Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye.
The ayes are 58, the nays are 42. The motion to table is agreed to. Order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Utah.
I call up my amendment number 4286 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report the amendment by order.
Senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes an amendment number 4286.
Mr. President, something happened very significant this morning. This morning, it was announced that the chief financial officer of this agency, U.S. ADF, has been charged and simultaneously pleaded guilty to corruption charges. Pleaded guilty to corruption charges this morning. The Department of Justice just announced it. Now, also, we've received word from the acting chairman and CEO of USADF, a request that we defund this entity because, as he put it, it's trash. And as he put it, it's a corrupt culture of waste, fraud, and abuse. So when the acting chairman and CEO of an entity that's getting all this public funding, all these millions of dollars, says defund it because we've got a problem here. Meanwhile, the DOJ office at the Department of War today echoed that and agreed with his assessment. Please, colleagues, join me. This one's not an earmark. This is spending within the bill. Spending within the bill where the head of the entity has asked us to defund it because the culture within that entity is impossibly corrupt. We must end it. Please support my amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, the CEO of the U.S. Africa Development Foundation is one Peter Morocco, known to all of us who watched how DOJ came in and tore up most of our foreign assistance organizations. Yes, an individual pled guilty today to a $12,000 bribe. No, that is not the reason to shut down abruptly and end the process that has gone on since 1980, by which this organization, which has long enjoyed bipartisan support, makes grants at a very modest level to dozens of African organizations and countries, using matching funds from private donors and other countries. The SFOPS bill, of which this is a part, already addresses concerns about the ongoing investigation. This organization, which I have visited in the field over the last decade, has a long and strong record of delivering results. This one event today being misrepresented by this entity leader who is a DOJ individual who has locked out all the employees of this foundation and prevented it from functioning should not lead to its closure. I move that it be tabled, that this amendment, Lee number 4286, be tabled.
Mr. President, I for 10 seconds to respond.
Without objection.
The fact that the acting president and CEO is a DOJ individual doesn't disqualify him from making this statement. This is corruption. Sure, it's going on since the 80s, but so have a lot of things that are corrupt. We must defund this now.
Questions on the motion?
It's gone on since the 80s. That is an exaggeration.
Question is the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Wyden. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Yeah. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
The ayes are 58, the nays are 42. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I call my amendment 4290 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, proposes amendment numbered 4290 to H.R. 7148.
Mr. President, as part of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and Republicans threw 15 million Americans off of Medicaid through massive cuts to that program. At the same time, they did something even more dangerous. That legislation appropriated $75 billion for ICE over a 4-year period on top of the previously appropriated $10 billion a year. Mr. President, when you give ICE that huge amount of money, you are not talking about an agency for immigration and customs enforcement. You're talking about a domestic army which is now terrorizing and killing people in Minneapolis and other communities around this country. That must end. This amendment rescinds the $75 billion appropriation for ICE and transfers that money to Medicaid. We don't need a domestic army in America to terrorize people. We need to guarantee health care to all Americans. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise today in objection to the amendment from the senator from Vermont. I would say the most dangerous thing that we have seen is the Biden administration letting countless numbers of individuals illegally enter our country. I think if you were to ask Laken Riley's mother or Jocelyn Nungary's, what they would say is we need more immigration enforcement. Our laws should actually be followed. And so the fact that this amendment would actually defund ICE and then also would send taxpayer dollars to illegal immigrants for Medicaid, which I'm pretty sure everybody over here has said they're not for, I think today will be a day of reckoning, and we'll see actually exactly where you all stand. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Questions on the amendment?
Ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Mastro, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senator voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hovind, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Schatz? Aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 51. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Senator from Oregon.
order in the
House
chamber, please.
Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, order in the chamber, please.
Senate will be in order.
I call up my amendment 4287 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report the amendment by number.
The Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 4287.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. Article 1, Section 9 of our Constitution puts the power of the purse here in Congress. Our founders considered this the difference between a democratic republic, where the people's representatives design, choose the programs, and fund them, and an authoritarian state, where a king decides what the programs are. The Supreme Court has reaffirmed that vision multiple times, including in 1975, where they said a president could not impound funds, and in 1996, where they said Congress could not delegate the power of the purse because it's given to us. But an aberration has occurred, an aberration in which a president can slow walk funds, ask for Congress to undo the law that funded a program at the end of a fiscal year, utilize a grace period, and then the program reaches the end of the year and poof, like Cinderella's carriage, it turns into a pumpkin. And the work we passed by law and authorized by law is undone with no vote of Congress to do so. That is a violation of the Constitution. We have the responsibility to defend the power of the purse. Let's honor our oath to a democratic republic. We are not an authoritarian state as long as we hold on to the responsibilities assigned to us in the Constitution.
Time's expired.
President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, the pending amendment number 4287 contains matters within the Budget Committee's jurisdiction. I therefore raise a point of order against the amendment pursuant to Section 306 of the Congressional Budget Act and ask for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of the applicable budget resolutions, I move to waive applicable sections of the Act and applicable budget points of order for the purposes of the pending measure because it's our responsibility to defend Congress and the Constitution and preserve a democratic republic. I ask for the
Senator's
yeas
time
and
is
nays.
expired. Questions on the motion? On the motion to waive.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Gotcha. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Thanks. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. No, he did not. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsor-Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Grassley? No. Mr. Cassidy? No. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Hope you have a good week. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. I already have her. That's all right. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
Well,
On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
President.
Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
Senate will be in order. Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment number 4273 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maine, Ms. Collins, proposes an amendment number 4273.
Under the previous order, Collins Amendment 4273 is agreed to. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Counter number 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes the senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to support the funding package that is before us. It includes full-year funding for the following bills: the Department of Defense, Financial Services and General Government, Labor, Health and Human Services and Education, National Security, Department of Defense, Transportation, Housing and Urban Development. Colleagues, when we pass this package and when it is signed into law on top of the previous packages, we will have funded 96% of all of government. Mr. President, the package also continues funding for the Department of Homeland Security for 2 weeks to allow us additional time to evaluate further changes in ICE procedures beyond those that we have already included in this bill. Mr. President, let me end by thanking our Appropriation Committee members for the tremendous efforts that they put into getting us to this wonderful achievement. These are fiscally responsible bills that reflect months of hard work and deliberation from members from both parties and both sides of the Capitol. Enacting this package will represent a major milestone and show that Congress can work together in a bipartisan manner to carry out our Article 1 responsibilities and deliver real results for the people that we are honored to represent. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, my thanks to the leadership and to the committee members and, of course, to our great staff. I urge my colleagues to support this important package. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question occurs on the passage of the bill as amended. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
I did see.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cruz, Duckworth, Gallego, Heinrich, Johnson, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lee, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Padilla, Paul, Sanders, Schiff, Scott of Florida, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
thought I wrote it out. Well, just put a, I thought I took that off, so put it
Ms.
back.
Collins, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
He needs to do that before.
The yeas are 71, the nays are 29. The bill as amended has passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 610.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, David Clay Fawkes of Arkansas to be United States District Judge for the Western District of Arkansas.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of David Clay Fawkes of Arkansas to be United States District Judge for the Western District of Arkansas, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 611.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I send a...
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Nicholas John Gange of Texas to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Texas.
President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Nicholas John Gange of Texas to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Texas, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 614.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Aaron Christian Peterson of Alaska to be United States District Judge for the District of Alaska.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Aaron Christian Peterson of Alaska to be United States District Judge for the District of Alaska, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 7147, making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar of the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRS 595, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 595, congratulating the Indiana University Hoosiers football team for winning the 2026 College Football Playoff National Championship and completing an undefeated 16-0 season.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block. Calendar number 625 through calendar number 627, calendar number 628, with the exception of Brigadier General Kirk E. Gibbs and Brigadier General Eric S. Strong, calendar number 629 through calendar number 644. All the nominations are on the Secretary's desk. that the nominations be confirmed and blocked, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume the legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, February the 2nd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, at the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to calendar number 610, David Fulks, ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Coons and Murray.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, when we began this year's appropriations process, the task before us seemed almost impossible. It has been many, many years since we have completed the full appropriations process, and there were lots of challenges in a divided nation and a divided Congress. And I just wanted to briefly this evening, as we conclude this process in the Senate, take a moment and thank the chair and vice chair of the Full Appropriations Committee, Senator Collins and Senator Murray. They and their staff made the impossible real. The bills just passed through this body and headed now to the House will save lives and change them, will fund hundreds of billions of dollars of positive and valuable activity on behalf of the people of the United States. The subcommittee for which I'm responsible in this Congress as the ranking member is the appropriations for the Department of Defense and for our intelligence communities. The chair, Senator McConnell. I have truly enjoyed working with Senator McConnell on the very complex, challenging, and urgent issues related to our national defense, to our intelligence community, and to the future of our nation. Senators, as we all know, don't do anything on their own, even on our best days. And so I wanted to take a moment and thank all of the staff and the clerks who worked tirelessly, who stayed up for weeks on end, who dealt with ridiculous crisis deadlines, who negotiated and renegotiated in good faith across the aisle to achieve this result. I want to thank in particular the folks who make the SAC-D subcommittee work. Of course, principally Rob Leonard, who is my clerk, and Robert Karam, who is the clerk for Senator McConnell. But in addition, Gabriella Armanda, Dylan Bird, Rachel Dapiv, Laura Forrest, Abby Grace, Megan Handel, Cole Hodge, Bridget Kolish, Alexa Lorick, Ryan Pettit, Todd Phillips, Catherine Plunkett, Kim Segura, Tom Schaefer, and Elise Stevick. If I missed anyone, count it as my fault, not the staff who helped me assemble that list and the following. I just wanted to also thank a number of the clerks of the subcommittees with whom I've worked. Evan Schatz, of course, who is Senator Murray's chief clerk, John Ryder, Joe Eckert, Jen Becker, Alex Carnes, who I am particularly thankful to for his Johnny-on-the-spot assistance at all times, including on this evening's vote, and Mike Gentili. There is more work to do. The next 2 weeks will require us to listen to each other, to work hard, and to hammer out more accountability and transparency for the Department of Homeland Security to help make sure that we meet this moment. But at the end of the day, as someone who is proud to be an appropriator and to have the opportunity to deliver more than $150 million for my little state of Delaware across dozens and dozens of targeted appropriations, and then more broadly through all of these different subcommittees to help fund critically needed investments in medical research, in university research, in the volunteer fire service, in law enforcement, in education, in infrastructure. It is important that this body do its principal job. The power of the purse is something that, going back to Old England, we fought for hundreds of years to wrest away from kings. When we began this process, it was not at all clear to me that this Article I body would succeed in exercising the power of the purse. But today we have, and for that I am grateful. And more than anything else, I'm grateful to the incredible and talented staff who have made this easy by their hard work. Thank you, and with that, I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, earlier tonight, we voted to pass 5 crucial funding bills while splitting off the DHS bill so that Congress is forced to reckon with the horrific killings we have all witnessed, and negotiations can continue to secure the reforms that Americans are demanding. This is the common sense path forward that Democrats have been laying out all week. We have a lot more work to do on DHS, and I will have a lot more to say as those negotiations now continue. But I want to focus right now on the 5 bills we just passed, which fund 95% of the remaining federal budget. From the start of this process, I made clear we needed to tear up Trump's budget and reassert Congress's power of the purse to make the voices of our constituents heard. Now, these are not the bills I'd write on my own. There's much more I want to do to rein in Trump, and there's much more I want to do to invest in our communities. There's always more work to do, and that is especially true when Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. But these bills show that when Democrats roll up their sleeves and demand a seat at the table and drive the hardest bargain we can, we do have the power to reject devastating cuts proposed by President Trump, protect programs that families rely on, and take power back from this out-of-control administration. Truly, the difference between the bills we have in front of us and President Trump's absurd budget request, or the House Republican budget that cuts like there is no tomorrow, or another year-long CR that enables all kinds of misuse and corruption by Trump, is night and day. Because Democrats were at the table, there are real, meaningful wins that we secured in this package. Real funding that will help families who are struggling to get by, real progress to reject some of the sabotage Trump has done to our economy and our standing in the world, and real accountability that will help stop Trump and vote from stealing from our states. Just take a look at the Labor H bill. Last year, Trump did everything he could to sabotage life-saving medical research that was happening across the country. He fired thousands of federal researchers. He froze critical research mid-study, and he held up billions of dollars that should have been going to researchers nationwide, including in Washington state. Work on cancer treatments and Alzheimer's, diabetes, heart disease, and much more. All of that was put in grave jeopardy. And if that weren't enough, Trump proposed taking an axe to medical research with a whopping 40% cut. Now, the bill that we just passed, we said, no, we are not going to do that. Instead of slashing medical research funding by 40%, we're going to invest nearly $500 million more. It rejects Trump's plan to gut NIH funding. It once again rejects his illegal plan to set a cap that would devastate biomedical research institutes across the country. And it rejects Russ Vought's scheme to have NIH award all of its multi-year grants in one lump sum, something that would mean thousands of fewer grants that were awarded and thousands fewer chances to discover medical breakthroughs. Protecting NIH funding is a huge deal for researchers across the country, including in my home state of Washington, where places like the UW and Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center and so many others are leading the way on medical research that saves lives. Now, the Trump administration has also attacked our public health infrastructure in all kinds of ways. Earlier this month, his administration came this close to outright canceling billions in funding for mental health care and substance use prevention and treatment before the outcry forced them to reverse course. Well, our bill rejects President Trump's asks to rubber stamp his public health sabotage. Instead, it doubles down on life-saving public health investments. It rejects Trump's efforts to slash opioid response funds. It rejects his proposal to chop CDC in half. And it rejects his call to end programs like Title X, the Teen Pregnancy Program, essential HIV initiatives, and more. In another sign of just how out of touch Trump is, we've seen him attack childcare, trying to rip out a cornerstone of our economy, regardless of how many kids and working parents it would hurt. regardless of how many small businesses it would send spiraling. Trump also tried to eliminate preschool development grants. Our bill sustains this funding, and it increases funding for programs like Head Start and Child Care Development Block Grant. Make no mistake, this was an uphill battle, given the really tough funding constraints we faced this year. But I fought hard, and we got this done. This bill also rejects Trump's dream of slashing public education funding, and instead provides a bit more for our K-12 schools. All told, we rejected $12 billion in proposed cuts at the Department of Education and President Trump's request to abolish the department. President Trump wanted to slash the maximum Pell Grant by over $1,000, and we said, absolutely not. And right now, we are still learning new details about how Trump and his Doge flunkies misused Americans' Social Security information and did untold damage to the Social Security Administration. Every American should be outraged by the way this administration has tried to sabotage Social Security. And I made sure that our bill increases funding so SSA can start to repair some of the damage. And that's just in the LHS bill. In the THUD bill, Democrats refused to go along with Trump's deep cuts to rental assistance programs. Instead of letting our billionaire president kick millions of Americans out of their homes, we are, in this bill, investing over $4 billion more in rental assistance to help families keep a roof over their heads. Instead of Trump's plan to saw the Department of Housing and Urban Development in half, we secured an historic $7.2 billion increase that will help our families stay in their homes and build more affordable housing and address homelessness across the country. This bill provides $366 million more for homeless assistance grants. We rejected Trump's push to zero out programs that help our low-income families with legal assistance when they face eviction and give people a hand up by helping them improve their financial security and job skills. Trump even wanted to eliminate several programs that support affordable housing and community development. This bill says no to all of that. It says we are not going to stop making progress, and we are not going to stop building affordable housing and critical infrastructure in our communities. It also includes tens of millions of dollars I worked hard to secure for affordable housing projects in communities across Washington state. Make no mistake, there is way more we need to do to tackle the affordable housing and homelessness crisis. This is an issue that is always top of mind for me as a senator from the state of Washington. But every bit of progress we can get is progress we must take. When it comes to transportation, we were able to increase funding for air safety. We secured crucial investments for highways and bridges, ports, and more. We rejected the House Republicans' plan to zero out funding for Amtrak, making sure to meet the full Amtrak funding requests so our trains can keep running safely and on time. And we also rejected the House Republican proposal to slash funding for capital investment grants by an unthinkable 98%. Washington state and many states rely on these capital investment grants to fund many of their transit projects that really matter to their communities. Decimating our federal investment in public transit? Not on my watch. Instead, we secured $1.7 billion for SIG, and we took new steps to specify which projects to fund at which amounts. For example, this bill sets aside $100 million for light rail on the I-5 bridge for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program and $82 million for a bus rapid transit in Spokane. Both projects I have been fighting for a very long time. The guardrails that we secured for SIG are one of several updates we fought for throughout these bills to protect those funds from political interference if Trump and vote try to rob our communities again. The FSGG bill protects some crucial investments in our communities. We rejected Trump's plan to slash funding for the Small Business Administration by 40%. We rejected Trump's dream of eliminating election security grants, and we rejected his proposal to decimate the Community Development Financial Institution Fund. That is the CDFI fund, and it helps our communities take on all sorts of challenges, like opening child care centers or providing health services or building affordable housing or growing small businesses. Trump had his way, that would have been cut by 60%. But he didn't have his way. We worked to maintain the CDFI fund at the current level and to make sure it is adequately staffed so Trump can't try to sabotage that work with mass firings again. We also took an important step to prevent Washington, D.C. from not being able to spend its own taxpayer dollars again after House Republicans completely shortchanged our Capitol last year. The defense bill continues crucial investments and rejects President Trump's dangerous proposal to further alienate our closest allies and defund important programs that keep our country safe. We refused Trump's pitch to abandon our allies and eliminate funding for Ukraine and the Baltic Security Initiative. We rejected the House Republican cuts to the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative. We rejected a proposal from Trump to cut defense medical research by 40%. And we refused Trump's request for hundreds of millions of dollars to support his dangerous efforts deploying our military against our citizens. This bill includes a much-needed pay boost for our service members and invests in critical infrastructure and repairs at bases across our country, including at Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. Lastly, the SFOPS bill is a compromise piece of legislation that rejects Trump's decimation of our foreign assistance agencies and programs. It includes some tough cuts that I don't support, but it does protect essential investments and reaffirming that there is, in fact, a large bipartisan majority in Congress that continues to believe our investments abroad are smart and make America safer. This bill rebuffs Trump's vision for a smaller America in a more chaotic world. It provides $19 billion more in funding than President Trump requested and includes $9.4 billion for global health programs, more than double what Trump requested. It protects investments in nutrition programs, in reproductive health programs, for global vaccination efforts that Trump sought to outright eliminate, and to combat HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. It restores funding Trump canceled for economic and development assistance projects, tackling issues like education, water and sanitation, food security, including through university partnerships in red states and blue states that Trump had eliminated, and more. It rejects his efforts to eliminate all the funding for the U.S. to have a seat at the table at the UN and many other international organizations. It rejects the closure of USAID, the U.S. Agency for Global Media, and its grantees and other independent entities. And critically, this bill includes new transparency and oversight requirements to close loopholes that were abused by the Trump administration and helps make sure these funds are used as Congress intended. All told, these 5 bills we passed reject President Trump and House Republicans' worst ideas to defund programs that Americans actually count on. And they reject every single new and extreme far-right policy rider that was put on the table. But as I mentioned at the top, these bills also do one other critical thing, really important. They reassert Congress's power over spending. That is really important, and it's something that has guided my thinking at every step of these negotiations. We have now passed 11 of the 12 funding bills for the year here in the Senate. And enactment of each of these bills takes power back from the corrupt president. Unlike the year-long CR that passed last March, these bills provide literally hundreds upon hundreds of specific funding levels and directives that this administration must now, by law, follow. Is that the answer to all of this administration's corruption? No, but it is meaningful, and boy, does it matter. That means that President Trump and his cabinet secretaries will not have the legal authority again to cut or entirely defund programs Congress, all of us, funded, just to free up taxpayer dollars for their own priorities. And it means Russ Vought does not, again, have the legal authority to pick and choose what projects to fund, robbing blue states of funding and using federal dollars for political retribution. No doubt there is a lot more I would have liked to do in these bills to rein in an out-of-control administration. And while I wish Republicans would have been willing to do more on that front, these bills do take a big step forward, ensuring that Congress, not Trump, not any president, decides how our taxpayer dollars get spent. Now, I said earlier these bills were not what I've written on my own, but I do want to underscore they're not even close to what the president wanted if he had his way. But in this country, our budgets are not written by presidents. We are not governed by kings. We are governed by people, like the moms and dads back home in my state, who I hear from every day and who I fight for. Thanks to Article 1 of our Constitution, it was those families and this former preschool teacher, someone you might refer to just as a mom in tennis shoes, who had the final say on how these taxpayer dollars got spent. That is the beauty of America, Mr. President. The people elect this Congress, and their representatives, preschool teachers, doctors, farmers, lawyers, even astronauts, we all come together and we, Congress, decides how to fund America's budget, not the guy in the White House. Now, before I wrap up, I'd like to again acknowledge my colleagues across the Capitol who came to the table with us to do the hard work of hammering these bills out. Getting these funding bills written and passed is not simple, even under the best of conditions. But it is important that we were able to come together, write full-year bills that reassert our congressional power of the purse and protect many investments that our families rely on. So I want to thank my counterparts, Chair Collins, Chair Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, all their staff for the endless work on all these packages. And I also want to thank all of our subcommittee leaders, Senator Baldwin and Senator Capito on LHHS, Senator Gillibrand, Senator Hyde-Smith on THUD, Senator Reid and Senator Haggerty on FSGG, Senator Coons and Senator McConnell on defense, and Senator Schatz and Senator Graham on SFOPS. And I want to thank their counterparts in the House as well, Representatives DeLauro and Adderholt, Clyburn and Womack, Hoyer and Jose, McCollum and Calvert, and Frankel and Diaz-Balart. Of course, our work is not done. There's always more work to do to hold this administration accountable, including the works Democrats have been demanding to be part of the DHS funding bill. We pushed hard to force Republicans to join us at the table on this because it is plain as day to Americans across the country that ICE and CBP have gotten out of control. We have seen with our own eyes how citizens and peaceful protesters and legal observers are being not just harassed, but assaulted and detained and even killed by Trump's agents. The killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy really shock the conscience. They demand action. They demand accountability and justice. Democrats are insisting that happens. And it's a good thing that at least some Republicans are finally listening to the American people who are outraged by what we're all seeing and who are fed up with the insane lies we have heard from this administration. Now they need to join with us to finalize a serious deal that holds DHS accountable. I will be pushing very hard to make sure we secure common sense solutions that actually meet this moment and take the reins away from Stephen Miller and Secretary Noem. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I take and I ask unanimous consent to amend Leader Thune's closing script to include that the morning hour be deemed expired.
Without objection. Till 3 p.m. on Monday.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com.
For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.